Hey guys, what's up? Shkreli here. What's good? Don't know Supermicro that well. Yeah, Huma had a couple 100,000 in revenue, less than a bodega. You got super intelligence on deck. Oh yeah, you want the intro video? Want that intro? The people want the intro. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming. Really funny paper published out there. Replication of quantum factorization records with an 8-bit home computer, an abacus, and a dog. Fucking great. So they did a, this is great. You guys will love this because the VIC-20 was a popular home computer in the 1980s. The VIC-20 was a popular home computer in the 1980s that used the then popular 6502 microprocessor from 1975. Since this processor uses transistors and transistors work by quantum effects, that is true, you get the PJ junctions. A 6502 is as much a quantum device as is a D-wave quote-unquote quantum computer. The 6502 has three, count them, three 8-bit registers. 1, 2, 3. An 8-bit data bus and a 16-bit address bus, giving it a whopping 64 kilobytes. Or that's 64 kilobits. Kilobits of address space. The VIC-20 had a 20 kilobit ROM and a 5 kilobit RAM with 3.5 kilobits available for applications. And this is important here, a 1 megahertz clock. A 1 megahertz clock is actually faster than most quantum computers, if not all of them. So that's 1975, right? That's literally 50 years ago. The processor has neither multiply nor divide instructions. Well, we can't all be perfect. So if we want to factor 15, we have to resort to a different technique. The easiest way is to pre-compute a multiplication table. And I guess do a lookup or something. That makes sense. Then he went to the abacus. Damn, nice abacus. We can do abacus, abacus spac. Let's do spacabus. Spabacus. Okay. You may be able to train a dog to bark 3 times. And this is the reference dog, Scribble. He factored 15 and 27. This process wasn't as simple as it first appeared because Scribble's a very well-behaved dog and almost never barks. Having him perform the quantum factorization required having his owner play with him with a ball in order to encourage him to bark. The process was then repeated to have him bark 5 times, factorizing 35, and thereby exceeding the capabilities of the quantum factorization physics experiments mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, the process fails for SHA or RSA 2048 because the size of the factors exceeds even the most enthusiastic dog's barking ability. However, there's another process that allows us to factor even huge numbers with a dog. That's great. Scribble's preparing to replicate a quantum factorization. Here, I'll give you guys the link. According to most codes of ethics, Scribble's contribution to this paper does not rise to the level where he is required to be listed as a co-author. However, since he was a participant in the work rather than the subject of the experiment, his contributions are exempt from review board approval. I think he deserves a treat for being a good boy. Good boy, factory numbers. I love that. This is real real references. This is University of Auckland professors and a Swiss professor, Stephen Newhouse. Boy, boring.
Oh, let's wait.
You find quantum mechanics boring? I don't know what to tell you. It's the most interesting shit in the world. You got to go watch Aiden Ross, man. Wait, what? Yeah, I heard IOBT had some data, but yeah, it's some weird small cap. I don't know if I want to look at it. Phase 3 melanoma study. Okay. Yeah, the people are saying that the data is kind of shaky. P-value 0.056. Yeah. This is some kind of vaccine. Oh. Ideal one. Not the best target. Okay, so EQ is back. And they're doing crypto. All right, we can take a look at EQ later. Go through every stock in the Russell. That sounds fun. All right, Tilray up. Largest volume out there. C3 down 33%. Surprise. Lowering guidance. late Friday night. Intel up 2%. Rumors that they will skip a process node from Korea. AMC up a little bit. NVIDIA down 60 bips. I think one of the big things we have to figure out now in AI is GPT-5 an indicator of potential asymptote, and is it time to pause or think about pausing for NVIDIA? I don't know. It's a little hard. I mean, the stock's at 182. We've been bullish here on this channel for a while. It's really tough. Like, I don't see the AI trend, kind of dissipating, but the GPT-5 launch, I think most people feel was pretty flubbed. Is that going to change anything? I don't know. But I'm just trying to think about like the psychology of like waiting on NVIDIA to dip, to buy more, but I'm not sure. All right. I mean, LLMs are always at the most peak. They don't go down in capability, right? You maybe are talking about the momentum, but in terms of the peak second derivative, but LLMs get better every day. I mean, there's just no contesting that. Certainly if you look at evals and benchmarks. All right, what else is traded a little bit? Nothing too much. AMD's down 2%. Micron's up 5%. A lot of people excited about the high bandwidth memory that AI has to use. What stocks are up today? Small caps I don't know very well. Lens Therapeutics. Somebody was asking me to look at that last week. It is gapping up. As my old friend used to say, thrusting. FDA approves first, presbyopia eye drops. Well, that's great. I probably need that myself. When you get right around my age, like exactly my age, your eyes start getting tired. There's little muscles in your eyes start giving out. Monday.com disappoints, down 21%. Wow. Tesla up 2%. Morgan Stanley had a fascinating note out. I don't know if you guys want to read it with me. Let's read it together. Okay. Robonomics, nukes on the moon, and the Elon quotient. Okay. This is by Adam Jonas. Pretty wild note. As the world enters into a new era of scientific development where the thinker, AI research, comes into greater mental contact with the tinkerer, manufacturing, I occasionally offer some seemingly randomly half-baked thoughts that are meant to complement the more detailed analytical work of the Morgan Stanley cross-sector research cortex on embodied AI in space. Robonomics. Have you interacted with a robot today? Have you even seen a robot today? No? Well, take a mental picture because it's all about to change. When I meet someone who has never been in a Waymo or a Tesla Cybercab, which is most people, I frequently see a wince and a response such as, I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable getting in a car without a driver. I imagine going back in time to 1903 and asking people if they feel comfortable riding in an airplane. Like most world-changing technologies, agriculture, wheel, electricity, automobile, internet, widespread adoption is ultimately a function of economics and safety, not necessarily in that order. The proliferation of AI-enabled machines into a multitude of robophyllum will follow these rules. We estimate one humanoid robot at $5 an hour, okay, can do the work of two humans at $25 an hour, generating an NPV of approximately $200K a humanoid. one robot-shaped car can potentially drive down cost per mile of a ride-share vehicle to less than 20 cents a mile, which is 1/10 of the human-driven rideshare. An autonomous eVTOL can generate the revenue of 15 rideshare vehicles. Autonomous eVTOL, okay, that sounds dangerous. The marginal cost of your personal C3PO robot should over time approach the marginal cost of power. You can't have GPUs without BTUs. Okay, so that's the NPV there. Lunar nukes. I was having dinner with some friends the other night when an unusual topic came up. Transport Secretary, NASA Chief Sean Duffy's, announced goals for the US to put a 100 kilowatt nuclear reactor on the moon by 2030. My friends were skeptical, to say the least, but I explained that there's going to be quite a lot of competition between nations for who can establish nuclear power on the moon first. Solar power will be generated on the moon, including solar-derived hydrogen. But given all the heavy lifting that needs to be done to establish a sustainable colony on the lunar surface, we're going to need a lot of power. A lot of power. Think of all the data centers we're going to need up there. Since our first blue paper on the space economy in 2017, we've been telling clients that the hottest property in the solar system is the south pole of the moon. Is it too soon to think about a lunar REIT? Millions of tons of water, ice, permanent sunlight. The only downside is lack of proximity from those cozy lunar lava tubes. Lunar geologists, indeed. The Elon quotient. Most followers of Tesla's CEO Elon Musk don't hesitate when I ask them, what's Elon's number one objective in life? He's stated it countless times, establishing a permanent human settlement on Mars to help get past one of the great filters of our time, helping to preserve the light of human consciousness. Settling Mars won't be easy for a variety of reasons we don't need to outline here. We'll eventually get there, but it's going to take time. Expert opinions vary widely on this topic, but we, non-experts, tell clients to expect the first major non-human colonization efforts, the prep work, deep into the 2030s, likely conducted by robotics, yes, including humanoids. First human boots on Mars, BOM, don't hold your breath. 2045, 2050, of course, we could very well be wrong, but for the US to be the first nation to establish a human settlement on Mars, we'll need a healthy and sustainable economy. The Elon quotient we present below sort of unifies the economic prerequisite for US boots on Mars at a highly simplistic level. We need to secure and diversify the numerator, which is GDP, while reducing risks and increasing growth. How we get there is our collective challenge and our opportunity. This is also a very important formula in finance and economics, for other things. And that's it. Wild. Can we take that dog from that paper public? Let's back the dog. Hey, what's going on? IonQ trading down a little bit. IonQ did a mystery acquisition. They paid $40 million for a company, and they won't disclose what it was. It was very odd. Yeah, AVXL is getting juicy. Yeah, I don't know how Vinay is back, but he may have learned maybe don't mess with Sarepta. Leave that alone. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Loomer goes for the whole agency. Yeah, I wrote the short report. Yeah, I'm probably gonna write a bunch of more research, so I'm excited. Yeah, sometimes you have to refresh Godel. I recommend doing that at least once a day. Yeah, Humacyte earnings or lack thereof. I don't know. I think Loomer, she has her perspective. What are you gonna do? I'm not in Tesla now. Yeah, Galt could be another short. Why do you want to opt out of something, Ivan? Yeah, we probably could do something like that. You don't want to see random Indian and Chinese stocks you're never going to look at. Yeah, let me opt out of some losses. We have ASX. What biotech? We have CSL. Here's CSL. I don't know why it says Euro for Australia. Maybe my guys are okay. Here's CSL AU. Real time ASX prices coming soon. Yeah, we have all those. Neuron. Or news is a little messed up for foreign stocks. But you could do like NI Neuron, and that's good enough, I think. NI Neuron. You should be able to get. There you go. Yeah, the V4 deal wasn't great. 5 is fine. I mean, I think they botched the rollout of 5 for sure. But, you know, Microsoft's botched many rollouts. It's always fixable and they'll be fine. Oh, D-Wave with their 2 million in revenue. They can only say quantum is now for so long before I think people give up on them. The question is, when do they give up? I'm happy to stay short because, you know, you're not going to lose money. No, I still have Repl. Yeah, thank you, Adam. Godel works pretty similarly to Bloomberg, so you use the backtick key on your keyboard, which is a little different from Bloomberg, or you can click, but you open the terminal and then you just type commands, and you have to learn the commands, but learning the commands will make you much, much faster. And even LSE, with their product workspace, is moving to a command-based system. So if you're not using a terminal or a command-based system, you're kind of, that's not, I don't know, to me, like that's a very, you're probably not, you know, spending most of your time on the markets all day long. So, you know, you type in your ticker, you could hit enter if you want, and then, like I said, there's tons of commands like holders list for HDS for holders list and for news. There's some really fun ones like HMS or let's see, what's the one I'm looking for? That's like an interesting comparison. Oh yeah, GR, graph relationship. This is kind of neat. It's got some interesting data points. Time and sales. This is a real-time trade activity. And so forth. Out of order message there. Yeah, I think you can on ACM. You can rebind the backtick key. So you go to ACM, and you can rebind backtick on. Oh, it's PDF actually. PDF, and you can rebind backtick. You can do a couple of other keyboard overrides. Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff coming. Don't worry. Humusite now down 27%. Oof. Yeah, the 15% tariff is, I guess, a little unexpected. Yeah, I have a child's name. Yes, you'll see it very soon. Maybe as soon as a week, 1 to 2 weeks. Baby's coming. The little baby raptor. Ooh. Oh no, ATYR is going up. Oh no. Paternal leave? Man, I'm out here getting money. Take no paternal leave, bro. Markets don't take paternal leave. I mean, I'm gonna play with them. I'm gonna chill with them. I'm not saying I'm not gonna hang out with my kid, you know. I'm gonna be there for him. I'm gonna raise him from time to time. I'm talking about raising my kid, man. You got time for that, man. I got time for me. You got time for him? The last baby, bro. I don't give a fuck about a baby. From time to time, man. Galaxy Gas for Kids, Kids Edition. A little cute, small Galaxy Gas container. There you go, kid. Full-time hustler. My portfolio is getting smoked. Yeah, you'll meet the mommy at some point. She's not afraid of live stream. Throw a cheese slice at him? Is that serious? I will do it. Does that work? Yeah, this baby was born to code. It's got mom and dad, 2 experts. More mom than dad, maybe, but you know. Yeah, I'm putting money back in the purse, baby. You know? We were turning money to the purse for the first time ever. And she said, "Why there's money in my purse?" I said, "Robber must have returned it, man." I don't know. What you looking at me for? Burglar must have returned that shit. With me. Listen, man, I say till death do us part, you know? I love wifey. Named little homie EBITDA. Adjusted non-cash earnings. Get over here. You're in big trouble. Did you take stock-based comp out of the income statement again? What did I tell you about that? Oh no, Dad, what are you gonna do? Get the belt? I'm calling the SEC on you. What? But you're my dad. I know. It's gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. SEC. Mr. Scully, please stop calling here. If my kid uses technical analysis, God help him. Putting him up for adoption. Yeah, unfortunately, I grew up with the belt. Not good. Not good. Very chaotic and traumatic, but you know, what are you gonna do? Life was different back then. Today, you got the teacher telling the kid what his gender is at 6 years old. Talking about, Billy, it's okay to be a girl. Yo, what the fuck? Hell no, it ain't, Billy. Dad, I think I'm a girl. What the fuck? I'm going straight to that teacher, whooping that ass right there. Hell yeah, we're still short quantum. What, you think these companies are gonna fucking make it? I'll short these for years if I have to. I don't give a fuck. Fucking nothing there. The dog can factor these numbers, bro. There's a whole paper on it. Read the paper. Factor these numbers with an abacus. Quantum bullshit. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get what Joe Rogan's even trying to do, to be honest. I mean, I would do it if I was asked, but it's not like I'm super enthusiastic about it. Humus down 30% now. What a dog. Fucking dog, man. Yeah, I guess I could talk quantum. I'm doing a podcast on kind of on quantum and other things. Soon. See how that goes. No CoreWeave for me, but it would be interesting to see. Maybe it's expensive for any of these stocks should not be trading at anything more than 5-10 times sales, because I mean you're just buying GPUs and plugging them in. I mean really it's not. I'm not trying to trivialize the business. These guys do it really well, but I have a new alternative data set that I'm going to be hopefully putting on Goodell. So I can look at stuff like Lulu or Nike and see how the quarter is kind of going. Let's go, Fred. Thank you. Yeah, make sure you get your colleagues and friends on Godel. Type org to set up your organization. Get your company to pay for it. It's market research. We're going to look at Rigetti earnings. I don't know if we're playing it. I mean, we're just short the stock, so of course I'm going to look at the earnings. We are short ATYR, yeah. It's one of our biggest shorts, if not our biggest. I think it's our biggest. Yeah, Symphony, we're working on it. Yeah. Electron microscope, funny. Direct earnings were fine. They made $200 million in the quarter. It's pretty fucking great. If they can do that, it's 2 times earnings. Five to 10 times sales. Earnings are a function of, earnings multiple is a function of earnings risk and earnings growth. So risk meaning, what are the risks that the company's earnings could disappear? Or lessen or whatever. And then growth is sort of the same thing, which is, are they going to accelerate or decelerate? But I think of risk as more like component of revenue than anything else. So like if a company has one business, it's kind of got a different risk from other businesses. But that can also be beta. It probably has more beta. So just, kind of have to deal with that accordingly. Biggest longs are Abivax, ABVX, Sarepta. Might trim some Sarepta here. $19 now. Nice. I like it. Well, Alex, you know my answer to that. If a company's market cap is very high relative to their sales and earnings, the market is basically telling you we expect a major change in revenue and or earnings. And that change should be coming in a discounted fashion, right? So like you can back into like the discount rate and kind of the expectations for eventual revenue. Ion poop. Yeah, they bought a company, they didn't disclose what it was. And they're not necessarily disclosing all the inorganic It's very, yeah, very strange. I don't know. I think Ion Q is like such a clear short. I mean, are they going to acquire their way to success? It just doesn't make sense. Bottom for capper? 0? Got a joke that doesn't work. That's a problem. They said it's a business marketing or business information company. I forgot what it was. I'm wondering if they bought Shai's company. I wouldn't be that surprised. Got to put that man on the payroll for the beating that he took. Binary for AT, same thing for me, Pete Widmer. Binary for ATYR is like September 15th, probably, so we still got like 30 days. I know that was one of my early videos, Phil. That's all I really know is people bring it up from time to time. Ooh, ATYR up 8%. The pain, the suffering. It hurts so much. It'd be a shame if I shorted more. I think Vinay is not going to even think about Sarepta anymore. He's going to avoid the subject. He knows what's good for him. I would just stay clear of that one. I think this is around my entry price for ATYR. There's quantum news. Well, earnings are the big negative catalyst for quantum now. The earnings are out of the way. But I don't see any news. Conviction level for ATYR is a 10 out of 10. Yeah, let's go Sarepta. Yeah, I see the squeeze. I'm getting squeezed. It is painful. ATYR is a short. It is going to 50 cents or $1. So is IonQ. I hate reading my email. I have a margin account, if that's what you're asking me. I guess Kramer said something about quantum. That's the rally. Was P056 stat sig? Seems like they just missed it. Yeah, I was gonna make a second quantum ETF that's like more quantum. Like the first one has like Palantir and shit that has like nothing to do with quantum. Yeah, it's kind of in Jensen's best interest to overhype quantum, isn't it? So when they inevitably can't deliver. Kind of wild market. A core wave up 8%. Quantum D waves, I mean, IonQ is an astonishing 9%. Unbelievable. I don't know what's going on with the macro, to be honest. Yeah, Rigetti's not even up. It's kind of crazy. So this is a good pair trade. Just INQ really is up. Fucking nuts. Crackhead shit right here. No steroids for me, man. Nobody uses INQ on the cloud anyway. And the machines are always down, so I don't think that'll be much of a catalyst. Why not 20 billion market cap for IonQ? Susquehanna couldn't be happier, man. Deeped. It's like investing in NFTs, man. It's gonna all come crashing down. It's fun for now. Problem Cinderella is it will strike midnight. And then it's all pumpkins and mice. Yeah, Lulu's just getting smoked. My apes. Why is quantum railing all his followers probably over leveraged on puts? Well, thankfully, I tell people never to buy puts. I haven't traded a single option. Yeah, some quantum crackheads on X. We are Quantum Nation, under God, indivisible, quantum forever. Oh, Amazon bought into IonQ. Oh, damn. Must be a good company. Siebel quit, right? He's out of the company at this point, if I'm not mistaken. Do you want to read the latest IonQ report? Revenue estimates move higher, but our eyes are still on the roadmap. Raising price target from 30 to 32. Neutral rating, not a buy. I should call this guy. Should I call these people? Pop quiz. Okay, so they raised guidance after exceeding expectations, but drivers somewhat murky given M&A. Revenue moves higher, at least in part inorganically, but Quantum remains competitive. Integrated acquired assets such as Oxford to deliver a leadership roadmap will be key. Lack of profitability, guidance for EBITDA losses widened 30%, and premium multiple gives us reservations. But Quantum is an exciting greenfield opportunity.
That's waiting.
Tech roadmap most critical, where IonQ plans to significantly exceed the competition by 2027, with an exponentially widening gap thereafter. You know, me too. Same thing. That's my plan for 2027. I'm going to exponentially exceed the competition. Watch out, competitors. A market intelligence business. What the fuck is a market intelligence business? Pretty bearish note. Well, they're going to basically abandon their ion traps, or their laser systems at least, and move to the IonQ. Move to the Oxford stuff. I like this. 12 logical qubits by next year. Okay. 800 by 2027. Shores is done. And by 2030, 2 million physical qubits. And 80,000 logic. IBM is saying 200 logical by 2029. Nothing about fidelity in here. $50 to $70 times price to sales? Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh.
Oh, they're Oxford Ionics bankers. Bear case is $3 a share. Wow, this shit's spooky. Never want to read research like that again. That is brain rot right there. don't think it was that bad. It was just like, I think they raised some good points. It's just a question of like giving too much deference to like big market and stuff like that. Well, I was pulling up old bubble notes from like '99 and 2000. It was interesting. There's an old Cisco one that's pretty funny. Kramer was exquisitely good at buying momentum stocks and dumping them at just the right time. He just had that feeling where he was like, yeah, sell it, whatever. He's like, I don't want to sell it. I don't want to sell it. I almost can see him from 2000. I can't sell it. Go ahead, sell it. Fuck it. And it would crash and he'd be like, should we short it? He had very good timing. And he'd always say better lucky than good. I'd rather be good. But I want to be lucky too. I don't know who that is. Minaj who? Nicki Minaj? I like Nicki Minaj. Yeah, Kramer definitely had that fucking dog in him. It's not a specific date yet, Bay Street, but it's coming. We'll know from the EMA's website when exactly it'll hit. TradeWorks? Yeah, I actually don't know who this guy is. Thanks for putting me on. When you say not disclose SAP, not that many people do that, right? You're looking for a protocol? Or, you know, what do you... Don't know oust. Axl Rose. Oh no, here comes Quantum back down. Oh no. Oh no. Four 502 is Takeda, Japanese pharma. I don't know if they're 6502. Let me check. Just go to Godel, type 6502. No go. There's 650, which is a productive technologies company in Hong Kong. And then there's also Opgen. And then there's 6501, which is Hitachi in Japan. So 6501, Hitachi. I gotta learn a little Japanese. My girl knows Chinese, so. I don't know if it's new hair. I just happened to use shampoo today. Very rare occurrence. Yeah, lunch break. Oh, it was Toshiba? Yeah, I do remember that. Nice, big Pac. You trade Japan? There's 6503 too, right? It's like probably Mitsubishi. Yeah, I got it. I don't know how I remember that. 6504 is Fuji. Yasukawa? 6506? Not too many more famous ones, but Changhua Precision Test is, that's in Taiwan though. Hitachi. Oh, nice. You're on Japanese Wall Street? Tokyo. Rigetti red, almost. Those are the days. We gotta forget about nostalgia though and keep looking forward. Sit here reminiscing forever. I don't know, JD, infinite? Stock's dropping a little bit, but Nvidia is up. After a lot of negativity around the China deal they signed. And again, GPT-5 sort of being perceived as a weak launch. You know, OpenAI doesn't have launches kind of like the traditional company because people know their product and they're using it actively. And, you know, it's not like they are launching from scratch. They're launching new features perhaps. And if you watch the launch video, I think, you know, in a lot of ways they're trying to get past just being a chatbot. I think that's a major sort of, you know, goal for them. They showed off some language features, so forth. Yeah. My girl is a female Alec Radford. I don't know about that. She'd probably dispute that. That is funny though. She certainly knows Alec. Huma going to the toilet, down 33% on very weak revenue, less than $1 million in revenue for Huma despite a full launch. It's not looking good. Looking like a whole disaster. I like Biohaven. I like the fact that some other drugs are kind of falling by the wayside. They kind of had too many, and focusing on this one, you know, good opportunity or a couple of good opportunities is, you know, a good idea. You know, this is a company that's had huge success in the past. You know, they went public again. They kind of sold their company to Pfizer and then bought half of it back. It's kind of an interesting move that they made, and you know, their CEO is pretty damn good. And you know, I'm a hater. I don't like acknowledging anybody. You tell me about Jensen Huang, I say, yeah, he okay. He can't fuck with me though. You know? That's the kind of guy I am. I'm just a hater, natural born. I don't think I want to have the analyst. If I was Citadel, I'd have the analyst calls live on voice with you guys, but I have to maintain some relationships here. Come on, Playboy, you know how the game work. If I do an analyst call live on stream, it'll be the last analyst call I ever do. Come on, man. Man, he worked at Denny's. Who the fuck is he? What kind of real one works at Denny's, man? And who names your company NVIDIA? What is that even? You know? NVIDIA. Stupid ass name, bro. Yeah, my hater, so what? Yeah, NVIDIA is the biggest company in the world for now. Anybody could be on top for a minute. I'm just kidding around, obviously. He's on top for now. Which one, Marco? Marco. Just joshing. Just joshing. Yeah, GLP-1s seem like they're maybe topped out here. Sadly. I mean, it could be a false start. It could continue growing again. And I'm sure a new GLP could still do many billions. I just don't know who wants to sell it. Astra? Astra's always down for some revenue. I don't think Huma's ever going to rebound, no. Why would it? how little revenue they're doing. You know, just go from zero to hero. I hope you weren't long Huma. Jesus, that was our biggest. We shit on that company every day for a year. Well, Lily's solving our obesity problem. Nova's just gonna pay us some tariffs. What country are they from? Denmark? Where the hell is Denmark? What is that? That's a country? Denmark? Tariff. Tariff them.
China. China.
Are these the bastards that own Greenland and won't give us Greenland? Hit him with some tariffs. Double it, and then double it again. Lily's okay. Problem is, if GLPs are really slowing down, it's not good. I mean, the Amgen GLP. I mean, again, you know, if you're launching into a market that's not growing, or not growing much, yes, like, you know, they will get billions in revenue, but you need that market to get bigger and bigger. More doctors giving GLPs. By now, every fucking doctor on planet Earth has figured out whether they want to give out GLPs or not. So, I don't know. Could it still grow a little bit? Maybe 5-10% a year, but it's the days of massive growth may be over. I gotta check the numbers again though. Not too many drawbacks to GLPs, not really. I mean, you don't feel great. So, I mean, that's not a small one. Depending on your situation, you may not like the neuropsychiatric kind of feeling, but yeah, we have a Discord. Yeah, if you're morbidly obese, I do think you need Ozempic or Lilly's GLPs. You don't want to, if you have the attendant cardiovascular issues, which are quite common in obese patients, I do think it's a no-brainer. But, to really expand the market, they're going to need people who aren't that fat. And, it's just not a great risk reward for those patients, I think. And doctors are just always been loath to treat obesity. It's just not a disease to them. So for them, they're just oh, try diet and exercise, They're not, not that excited to go give you a prescription. Even if they've used it and it's worked for them, they won't. Just medical school just teaches you to not to reach for those drugs right away. Well, you also have to realize that these drugs aren't cheap, and they kind of have a insurance issue, where paying for them may or may not be something insurance loves doing, and the copay and the deductible, all that stuff sort of becomes a consumer-like problem. What's BLSH? That's an IPO. What company is this? Oh, is that going public? I thought they just started it. How old is the company? don't think it matters what your cost basis is on a stock. It's just a question of whether you like it or not. I have a big long position in that one, so. I don't drive, so my girl has a Tesla, so I hop in that sometimes. I don't think the cost basis makes a difference. Whether you bought a stock for $1 or $1 million, so that's the only thing that matters is where it's going from here. Is it a good investment or not that will appreciate faster than your other investments? Or will appreciate slower than you sell it? I used to get phentermine for weight loss, but you could probably get it on, what do you call it? One of the piracy sites that do academic journal piracy. I hope. Thank you. I don't know. There's people who are sick who need opioids, right? Like, drugs are useful. You're in hospice at end of life. You don't want opioids. It's gonna be cruel not to give it to you. You just got out of surgery. You're gonna need it. I think it's very painful. Yeah, I don't know how it works, Meme. What do you think the secret is? It can't be thumbnails and a producer. Could it be? Yeah, I had a surgery once. I had morphine after. It was something. I didn't like it, but I understood why the fiends can't get enough of it. Yeah, you don't want to get lost. You want somebody who explains everything. Our stream is kind of advanced mode. Also, I'm kind of distracted and busy for streaming, so like I don't always have the entertainment quotient of other streamers. I found a chick who would do the live stream. There's just a couple of problems. She doesn't know anything about stocks. She's kind of seems like she would be unreliable. I could be wrong. It seems like it. Streaming's not for everyone, man. A lot of people would never do it. You know, it's a little unnerving. Especially if you like really just want to like talk all the time and really stay high energy and entertaining the entire time. It's definitely a slog. All right, quantum and ATY are both coming down a little bit. But the whole market's kind of feeling soft. Sarepta's, after being up 4 or 5%, it's almost flat now. I haven't made a single trade today. Trading is usually, depending on what opportunity you see, trading can be profitable, of course, but like, you should be relatively satisfied with your own portfolio without darting in and out of stuff every day. That's at least the kind of trader or investor I am. Of course, I will adjust if I see something really out of whack, and I probably should have shorted more IonQ at the top there. But if you're fully invested, typically it means you have to exit something else. So you can't like react like that every time something's going against you, because you already have like a strong feeling on the situation. Just adding to your losers is not really a great trading strategy typically. There's a publicly traded software company called Ramp, which is pretty awkward. It's live Ramp. Well, IonQ just raised $1 billion, but yeah, I think you're right that they won't have much cash this time next year. Maybe they do secondary. That would be so fucking funny. Yeah, the game's gonna kind of end for them, huh? We work pretty long hours. Most of our team is engineering, so I let my CTO handle engineering. I do a lot of stuff off to my second screen that you can't see. I do head out a lot during the stream to talk to my colleagues. Probably gonna do that right now, actually. So hopefully that helps you understand my workflow. But yeah, after like 4 o'clock, I'll usually spend most of my time talking to my colleagues. I'll also take meetings during the stream. So all good questions. We use Discord, and we're gonna change to using Godel at some point. We have to upgrade the chat feature in Godel so that it's good enough that we can use it for our own communications, and I think that would kind of force us to use our own software, if that makes sense. C3, man. Tom Siebel breaking everyone's heart. Yeah, James, that's literally what we're gonna do. I gotta dog food it, you know? And you can eat your own cooking. How do you expect the users to? And Godel chat has a lot of things messed up with it. We gotta improve rapidly. We have to improve it, and we have to improve it rapidly. Yeah, medicine is nice. Get to help people, but you know what? They kicked me out. They kicked me out. I did nothing wrong.
He died like a dog. Made in China.
Hold on, I got the indicted me. They indicted me. Oh, I thought I had it.
I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'm really rich.
I'm gonna come.
Because you'd be in jail.
We stand felons here. Jumps a 4-timer. Pretty badass if you ask me. She's a top lawyer now. I mean, she was never a legal assistant. She was a serious attorney. When I met her, I had the same reaction as you. She's very beautiful. But she knows her stuff, and her father is a very famous attorney. I have to get dinner with them. I asked, I was like, when did I sign that agreement? I was in my lawyer's office, Ben's office. And she was like, April 3rd, 2012. And I was like, what? Well, definitely didn't hire you just for your looks. I was like, bad. Yeah, I wanted her to be, many years ago, I wanted her to be Miss Crowley. That was a long time ago, though. More than 10 years ago. She has 2 kids now. She's very cool. I like her a lot. Let's leave this one alone. We don't want to bring undue attention to anybody. We're gentlemen here. All right. Right. Stop being a pig. I look unhealthy. Oh. That's too bad for you. Right. Yeah, you gotta know the lore. You gotta know the lore. Yeah, I go to yoga every day. Pilates, yoga. Totally. You won't find me without my mat.
What is that? What is it? Yoga mat? What is it? What is that? What is that?
Made in China.
Iceman, it's not really good at doing that yet. So I think eventually it'll be good at that, but it's not going to be able to do like in-depth research, like talking to customers, talking to employees. Like a lot of the stuff, like if you just read on the internet, like kind of like quantum, you might be convinced it's actually legitimate or something, you know, if you don't know any better. So but it's not a crazy idea. I think it's just a matter of time and who makes the product maybe instead of just OpenAI. Is there a company that is going to put out something kind of like that? That is like you know, potentially an upgraded version of that? That would be a good thing, I think. I'm not sure what you're asking, JT. Oh, the chat room. Yeah, yeah. So just go to your ticker in the terminal, type chat. So in the terminal, load your ticker in, or do like Dell equity chat and hit enter. Remember the F8 key is the shortcut for equity key, or for equity. Or you could even just type EQ, which you cannot do on Bloomberg. See? Innovation. Gas got me fucked up. No, I was coughing on purpose. I was joking that we are going to be coming out with that feature soon. At some point, I hope that that's true. Ever tell me what to do. Yeah, Jeremy, we'll see. Probably. Okay, my favorite is when people say Jews control everything. Obviously, it's stupid and retarded, and we should ban this guy who asked because he's wouldn't be allowed in public society. But here's my favorite part: Elon, not Jewish. Larry Ellison, not Jewish. Zuckerberg, you know, he married a Chinese lady. That's already kind of disqualifying, but we'll give it half a point. All right. Bezos, definitely not Jewish. Larry Page, nope. Jensen Huang, what do you think? Sergey Brin, not as far as I know. Steve Ballmer, nope. Bernard Arnault, nope. Warren Buffett, nope. So you top 10, you got half of one guy. Walton family, no. Dell, no. Bill Gates, no. Ortega, no. Alice Walton, no. Bloomberg, there's one. Ambani, Carlos Slim, Betancourt. All right, so 20 people. You've got 1, 2, say call it 3, or maybe 4. So So if Jews controlled everything, why isn't Elon Jewish? Retards. Just retards. No Albanians, don't worry about us. Pederfy, not Jewish. Coke, not Jewish. CZ, maybe? No. CZ or Coke again? No. Zhong Shanshan? No. Jeff Yass, maybe. Jiang Jimin, Gautam Adani, Ma Huanteng, and Steve Schwartzman. So you got maybe another 2? I think there's just like this mental block. All right, so maybe it's 10-20%, but it's just like Masayoshi-san? I don't think so. Ken Griffin? Nope. Dieter Schwartz? Quite possibly. Eduardo Saverin? Lucas Walton? Giovanni Ferrero? No. Lee Dun? William Ding? This guy sounds like he might be Jewish, though. Mark Mateschitz. Austrian. The Red Bull guy. It's possible. 33 years old. Wow. Red Bull fortune. So, yeah. I don't know why anybody would cry that hard about, oh no, the control of the world. Man, control yourself. Li Ka-shing, the Mars family, Colin Wong, Rafaela Aponte, Gianluigi Aponte, Robin Zhang, Klaus Michael Kuhn, Reinhold Wirth, and Gerard Wertheimer. All Germans here. Probably a Jew in there somewhere, but yeah. You can't reason with these retards. Agree. Bill Gates secretly wearing a yarmulke. Ballmer? Steve Ballmer's Jewish? Developers. And yeah, I mean, I think to be honest, it's it's pretty impressive. My my mom used to say, you know, we lived in a Jewish neighborhood growing up, and my mom used to always say, like, oh, look at these Jewish kids reading so many books, you got to read more than them. And if she saw a Jewish kid with like 6 books, she'd get me 7. Study as hard as them. Be as successful as them. Like, yes, mother. So, yeah, exactly, ZW. Not many Albanian Jews out there, I'll say that. But yeah, the obsession is bizarre. I mean, anti-Semitism has been around forever. But I wonder if it's going to give way as other cultures find their own routes to success, like Indians, especially, and Asians as well, other Asians. There is this potential backlash against, you know, oh, the Indians took our jobs. Damn Indians. Damn Indians are the CEOs of all these companies. I can't be a CEO because it's going to be taken by an Indian. I mean, how far are we from that discourse? Well, banks are publicly traded companies, Trex, retard. So, who owns the banks? You and me. 401k owners. People are literally retarded. Like, you should not procreate. And again, even if it were true, which we're trying to patiently explain to you that it's not, other than, you know, congratulations, what's, you know, like, what's the conspiracy? Oh, you studied too hard. You rose to the top. Gosh darn it. Yeah, Indians are taking all my job opportunities, all the CEOs. That's supposed to be my job. Yeah, I think that it's just jealousy and things like that. I mean, I think, you know, the highest earning race in America is Indian or Chinese. People want to blame somebody. There just aren't that many Jewish people, period. And, you know, on a relative basis, certainly have succeeded by Nobel Prize rankings, wealth rankings, education rankings. I mean, it's extremely impressive. Yeah, it's bizarre. Yeah, they're all in New York. Yeah, I can't help some of you. Yeah, nobody was disputing that, JJ. Yeah, it's one of these things where you can't change anybody's minds. People have their opinion and they stick to it, but make sure you know mine. Right, exactly. Poncho got it. We're talking about it right now, Trex. What do you mean? McGraw-Hill's a tiny company. What the fuck are you talking about? You're really dumb. McGraw-Hill. Didn't McGraw-Hill go bankrupt? Did McGraw and Hill sound Jewish to you? McGraw-Schutz. Fucking idiot. Come on, Ad. I'm gonna ban you pretty soon. Yes, Bill Gates really gives a fuck about purging the world of vaccines. It's fucking insane. The guy's, what, 65? 67? He's worried about the last 15 years of his life, not vaccines. Alright, somebody ban Trex. I've had enough of this guy. They run the government, you're right, all those Jewish presidents. L'chaim! We got Senator Lieberman and Charles Schumer. We got a couple. There is some genetic IQ there, probably. I don't watch Nick Fuentes, sorry. I like Sam Hyde. His comedy seems funny. I've seen a couple pieces of it. I'm the idiot. I think we've conclusively proven you're the idiot. McGraw-Hill! A $2 billion company. Forget NVIDIA. Yeah, there's no reason not to cheer for success. But you asked the exact opposite question, which is why aren't there any blacks in the Forbes 500 or the Forbes list? Obviously there are a few, but you know, why are they so disproportionately underrepresented as CEOs in government, in wealth, and Nobel Prizes? Take a wild guess. I don't want to go on Matan. The guy seems like a crackhead. I watched one of his episodes. I didn't understand what it was. Just performance art, or he's like the new Ali G. I just didn't understand that. Yugoslavs. I don't know the Eric Andre show, man. I'm not some fucking derelict like you guys. I don't fucking watch Destiny. I don't watch this stuff. Alright? I like to read books, study shit. It's gonna make me smarter and richer. It's like the Eric Andre show. What kind of slop is that? What kind of slop is this? Well, it's like that slop. Same thing like I said the other day. You're never gonna catch me watching a movie. Not never watching a movie. I watched Lion King one time when I was 8. That's the last movie I watched. Dead ass. Dead ass. The last movie I watched. Lion King, I was 8. I hated it. Talking about Hakuna Matata. Listen, if wifey wants to take the kid to a movie, cool. But I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna tell that kid, yo, you soft. You soft. We're in the shittiest building in all Manhattan. The space lasers, they're getting me. Yeah, I rooted for Scar. Never lived in London, though. How much a month do you need to live? Do you need to live nice in New York? You just rent or everything? I'd say 20K ish. Legion of Skanks was fun, man. That was funny. That wasn't a movie though. My life a movie. And I know they didn't go get breakfast without me. I know they didn't go get breakfast without me. I'm shutting the studio down now. The Caliphate. Yeah, they did a small buyback. It was pretty funny. I don't think they had much room on debt covenants or whatever to do buyback, but they made 200 mil. So clearly, just sending the signal that they spent 25 on buybacks, I think it kind of shows like, yeah, we're not a debt problem. They should have bought back their debt. That's what they should have done. But that's Captain Hindsight. See that debt trading for 80 cents? You should have bought that back. I think so, Hans. Something like this. Hans Gunther. You know, there's a WWE wrestler named Gunther. Isn't Oclo kind of like quantum? No, I know it's not quantum. It's a lot like quantum, is what I'm saying. Future technology, one day it will be really great, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry, it's coming. Just believe. I mean, at least there's I think, there's an opportunity for fusion, but again, I don't know anything about it. It could be just like quantum, where it looks like there's an opportunity to the untrained eye. You have to be very careful wading into shit you don't understand. Because when the shit hits the fan, you got to be ready. You got to be ready to double down. You got no doubts whatsoever on your portfolio. Universal flu vaccine or universal vaccine? I don't know. Yeah, I still like Emma. I mean, isn't that what people are complaining about? That there's these vaccines with so many antigens? So if you want to get everything all in one shot, I mean, space them out a little bit. I don't know if it's feasible or not. I mean, I think it would be very immunogenic. But, I mean, vaccines can, as you may have known from the Moderna vaccine or the Pfizer vaccine, vaccines can kickstart your immune system. I mean, I felt like I had the flu after taking that damn thing. So, doing all that, how many antigens do you want to get? 10? There's a heptavalent. And there's been quadrivalents forever. pentavalent, and I think there's a Sanofi is selling a 6-in-1 for kids. I mean, the thing is, we just don't know. Like, we should really be doing experiments, to be honest, but we just don't know. Of course, I'm gonna vaccinate my kid. Are you crazy? Nah, son, you gotta face them on your own. You get sick, you get sick. Take it like a man, even though you're a baby. He's sick, coughing, sneezing. You did this to yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna make that kid a man right away. Be a little bitch. But Dad, I'm only 4. Shut up. When I was 4, I was on the streets. I don't want to be on the streets. Man up. The son of mine gonna have no goddamn immunity. You're gonna get it the old-fashioned way. Direct exposure. You want to work at a SPAC? As part of the merger team, or as part of the, I guess, the deal team, or the team that takes over? You want to be Nicholas Damasi the first time or the second time? Yeah, Zonogram, that's a good idea. Great idea. That's how I did it. Sarepta, Abivax. Not sure what's number 3. I'll find a third though. Oh, maybe Crinetics? Adma? Madrigal, Akiro. Mexico could be like Vertex, you know, build up a big pharma. Focus boiled potatoes. Go to the terminal by clicking back, hitting backtick, and using the focus command. Godel is a command-based system. You have to learn the commands to use the system. It's a little bit of a pain, but once you learn them, you'll never go back to a non-command-based system. Never catch me using Yahoo Finance again. Sky Monad is gonna get banned, man. Wasting my fucking time. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Get rid of this. And we can just keep that going. Let me see what the boys are doing. I'll BRB. All right, we back. What's going on? Yo, Humphrey, what's good? Been waiting for a girl like you. Hey, yo, what? Yeah, we have a name. I guess I can give you guys a sneak peek of the name, but I'm gonna post it on X. It's gonna be a little controversial. Oh, you know, a little something, something. Tell me about it, Brad. But you know, if the stock market was just you pick a stock and it immediately starts making you money, that would be pretty neat. I don't know any markets like that. Just crossing the bid-ask spread means you're down right away. The name does not start with a Q, no. You want a good buy or good, you know, you only like to buy? Check out Abivax. It's, I think, my biggest long. Yeah, Fannie Mae worked out pretty well. Oh, but yours. Oh, I think you're gonna like the name. I think you're gonna love the name. I was making a list of music to teach the kid, and Beatles were up there. Elvis also. I haven't trimmed any Sarepta. I should. 19, I sure would have liked to. I think I'm gonna go in like chronological order. So maybe eventually Van Halen. They had a couple of tunes. I mean, I still like Sarepta. It's gonna be a journey. You know, it's not like I said, don't expect immediate profits. I like immediate profits just like anybody else, but you know, there's Buffett did a thing where he says just knowing what is good enough. Knowing when is like asking for too much. And you know, I've been saying that for a while now, and people always want me to be better at market timing. And I think there's either it's impossible to be good at market timing, or the skill of being good at market timing is so unpredictable that it's sort of not even valuable. And if there's one thing I'd rather have, I'd just rather be right than timing. You know, I can wait. The timing is voodoo, right? Being right, I can work at, get more information, get more confidence, talk to more people, get some really good sense, study harder. Timing is more like, well, I think this, it's 3D chess, right? It's like, I think this guy's going to do that, then that guy's going to do that, and he's going to think it's bad, even though it's good. It's just like, tie yourself into knots. It's not really a skill. It's more of a voodoo thing. If you can do it at all. I'm writing a good technical analysis program. It'll be out soon. It's the first ever of its kind, and it's going to basically change technical analysis forever. I can't wait to show you guys. Well, I don't think that's true, Badge, because you will get some timing that's lucky and happens really fast, which we get all the time. And then sometimes you'll get timing where you have to wait a little bit and it's a pain in the ass, but you get the profit. And of course, you'll have losses that match those two things as well. So you should be able to, you know, get decent timing sometimes, okay timing most of the time, and not so great timing some of the time as well. So, and I think that's going to happen whether or not you try your hardest to time. I mean, I can think about timing just like anybody else. The market's not going to like that, or you know, the market opinion will change because of this. Yeah, Ronka, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, it's definitely true lawyer. Don't know who the new Fed chair is. Yeah, we should look at Monday. I'm not that bullish on Ivan Eskamab. I'm a little skeptical, to be honest. Albanian food? You don't want Albanian food. Albanian food sucks. Yes. Stomach's gonna hurt. I don't like Nebius anywhere near as much as CoreWeave. CoreWeave is real clients. I just have Ubisoft there to show off the international features we have. Yeah, somebody went on a Chick-fil-A run. Waffle fries. No, I know who they are, but you know, you need clients. And maybe they have plenty of clients, but the game is a little dangerous, the GPU game. I don't know, P-Sheep. I never liked Troriliozole, troll patrol drug. Troriliozole. Hey, dirt dog.
Who the hell is this?
Yeah, not a big fan of that dude. It's not hard to beat Wall Street on the short term. It's hard to beat in the long run. So cringe.
Hello?
Motherfucker,
Hello?
motherfucker don't be saying no bad shit about me.
Who the hell is this?
My name's Dirt Dog.
Dirt dog. Well, we don't know a dirt dog.
Dirt Dog is not the one to be fucked with.
Yeah, and I ain't the one to be fucking with either.
I ain't talking about all that.
Oh, well, I am.
Get the fuck out of
Go
here.
in my fucking house. The hell wrong with you? You crazy or something? Listen, motherfucker, I ain't gonna be not answering my phone for some bullshit with you. Stop calling my motherfucking house.
Get the fuck out of here.
You get the fuck out of here. You think I don't know you calling me from a 212 number, bitch?
Who, me?
Fucking call my house no more.
Who, me?
Dead ass serious.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
My name's Dirt Dog.
I don't give a fuck what your name is. What the fuck you keep calling my house for?
I'm all about me right now.
Yeah, and I'm all about me too, motherfucker. So don't call my fucking house no fucking more.
I don't play that shit.
And I don't play it either.
Whatever, I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck either. Don't call my number no fucking more.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please, too. That's all you can say. That's all that's in your vocabulary. Is nigga, please.
Let's just get on with our lives and shit, you know what I mean? That's what I want to
Your
do.
life, my brother, because I don't fucking know you. Don't fucking call my fucking phone no more. Because I'm not going through this bullshit, you crazy motherfucker. Don't call my fucking house no more.
Umi? Umi? Too hood for his own good. Many such cases. I don't know much about that company. Peter's got so many different investments and stuff like that that I don't think you could just pick one and I mean, watching how UNH comes out of their thing will be pretty important for healthcare. But when you say healthcare, maybe you mean biopharma as well. Some people say healthcare; they're not including biopharma in that. No, Brad. Conviction, baby. I was thinking wifey was going into labor last night. It was sounding like potentially baby's coming real soon. Okay, no, that's pretty rare. It's always just trim positions. Yeah, I've seen it similar for like um, Google. That's equals AI. Yeah, I don't know nuclear. It's just another thing for me to learn. But you know how I invest. You want to do nuclear? I need a hard hat. I'm ready to go be a nuclear engineer. I need to study nuclear physics. I'm not just gonna buy a stock. You crazy? Nash is already a big market. Yes, I think it'll be very big. Great, Austin. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I think crypto is pretty risky. Maybe it'll keep going. I don't know. You guys have such good questions. I haven't spent too much time on all these stocks. I've been busy building a platform more than looking stock by stock. But I am getting close to hiring somebody to help me look at stocks and publish reports. More than just on a one-off basis. Good question. All your money in one thing until retirement, you're basically just betting on a manager. Hard to say. Maybe Microsoft. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one. Yeah, maybe Tesla. Robinhood? Maybe Robinhood? Well, that's pretty good.
Welcome to the latest episode of Morgan Stanley Tech Talk. This is Tom Wood from Tech Specialty Sales. Right now it's Wednesday, August 6th, and I'm joined by semiconductor analyst Joe Moore to discuss AI semi stocks following results from AMD and Astera Labs last night. We'll also hit on NVIDIA, Marvell, Broadcom, potentially others if we have time. But first, let's talk big picture, Joe. We've gotten some very bullish updates on AI CapEx from the Mag 7s this earnings season, the likes of Google, Meta, Microsoft, all either raising CapEx, giving us some visibility into 2026. Our hardware team's now estimating CapEx at $445 billion this year, going to $582 billion next year. So potential 30% overall growth, and AI server specifically up potentially 70% next year. You know, big numbers. I know you're more of a bottoms-up check guy, so does that check out with what you're picking up from, you know, your data center contacts, et cetera?
It does, and I think we have, the last 2 years has really been us hearing positive things, and not just me, but semiconductor analysts generally, and going to their internet teams and saying, hey, your CapEx numbers need to come up, and it feels durable. And I think that's what we're seeing. You know, certainly we talked about way back in March, this kind of surge in tokens and the resulting investment that was happening in the inference side, which is really positive, both from the perspective of, you know, it's just good revenue for NVIDIA and others, but it also suggests durability, right? Because it's the usage of the models. It's not the venture-backed, you know, big training clusters, it's the usage. So all of that feels very strong. The one thing I would say incremental to that is we haven't seen the strongest people out there yet. Like my contacts were like, all the cloud guys are strong, but the real strength is, coming from neo clouds, coming from new players, coming from companies like XAI that are sort of building big training clusters for their robotics business. There's just a lot of really big projects that are out there that aren't captured in that mainstream, as well as some of the sovereign projects. So, very bullish outlook. The struggle from my perspective is we're all bullish and, I'm bullish and everybody sees how everything is versus 3 months ago where everybody, for some reason, thought it was bad and, that was more differentiated, but it's still very good.
The other big picture topic in semis right now, before we get into the names, is Section 232 tariffs. The president said, they'll be coming soon. I get the sense that, half of my investor base is pretty nonchalant about this, just given tariff headlines have always been a buying opportunity this year. But the other half of clients is, wondering what the risk is going to be around semiconductor stocks if we get a big headline on, 20% or whatever semiconductor tariff. So how are you thinking about that?
Well, there's a lot of variables there. I think, and I'll give you the 60-second version because it's a long topic, but what the U.S. government wants is domestic manufacturing for U.S. consumption. I think what they really need then is for TSMC to accelerate investment in Arizona. So I think the policy should really be, the objective should be to make it worth TSMC's while to build more in Arizona. And that's probably more than a 20% number. It's going to be a big tariff, but you would hope, and this is maybe the overly optimistic portion, that you phase that in over like 4 years and you allow everybody to build against that so that it doesn't actually disrupt the business at all. Because nobody really wants to pay a tariff on semis that makes every business in the world uncompetitive if you have to pay more for your semiconductors than everyone else. And you read through the request for comments with 232, that was the answer. So that's what I hope they do, and do them immediately and then scale them back, which is the opposite of that. And we'll have to see. I think that's also factual, is that we'll probably get some big announcement. We'll all overreact to that, and then the actual structure 6 months later could look very different. So I think, very hard to quantify, very hard to be sure. But I think, to me, asset-light models that have geographic flexibility in manufacturing is the better place to be than someone who's put a lot of manufacturing fixed cost into one region, even if that's the quote-unquote correct region, TI building capacity in the U.S. That's great for U.S., but what does it do when there's punitive tariffs everywhere else in the world? Asset-light, to me, is the way to go.
Let's get into some names. AMD trading off about 5% this morning. It's been up in the last month as people get excited about the AI story for 2026 and potential China approvals for the second half of this year. Where are you shaking out here? We've seen some of your competitors come out with like a 15 billion, 1.5 AI number for 2026. Is that plausible in your mind? Did last night do anything to advance or dismiss that?
No real change in my view other than tactically around China. Maybe the timing there is going to take a little longer than I thought. I expected them to guide ex-China, but I didn't expect them to say, think about China like next year, which is essentially the message. Question of next year is really about MI400. I think this notion, when you mentioned some of my competitors, they're going to Taiwan, they're hearing CoWoS builds, they're then applying the AMD list price, which isn't the realized price, to those numbers and getting to these really big numbers. That's, to me, the MI350 stuff, it's doing $1 billion or so in Q2, it'll be close to $1.5 billion in Q3. It's fine, but like the real opportunity is MI400. And I'm still excited to see what AMD can do, but I don't have the conviction yet to kind of underwrite the bigger numbers around that. So I think the quarter was fine. I think it was a good quarter. They didn't supply people with narratives that maybe people would like, which would be for AMD to validate a big number for next year. And I think the reason that they don't, I think Lisa did that last year, and I think felt like a little bit we're evaluating her on year one progress, and she wants to be evaluated more on whether we're laying the foundation to attack a $500 billion 2028 opportunity. So very anxious to see what AMD can do. Lisa's obviously been amazing over the years, and I believe in them, but I want to get the kind of customer feedback that this chip is advantageous, whereas MI350 feels like it's a little bit more still the alternative to NVIDIA. When NVIDIA's sold out, AMD does better, which is what we're seeing now. Still have to get to rack scale, still have things to do. So, like it, don't love it, equal weight the stock.
So our own Taiwan team, Charlie Chan, published an update to his CoWoS numbers last week. That model's been pretty popular among clients. If anyone wants me to send it over, but he took his CoWoS this year for AMD from 50K to 60K, next year from 60K to 105K, with 80K of that for MI355 and MI400. So just kind of, go a layer deeper on, what the prices can be for these products, and what the EPS power can be if we're talking about tens of billions of AI revenues. AMD is not giving a timeline.
I think potentially both the units and the prices may be optimistic. The units, because this is an 8-month manufacturing cycle. We just did this for 2025, 12 months ago, where people got really excited about the builds, and you would ask the AMD management team, and to their credit, they're like, that's not revenue. We're building to the best case. We don't know the timing. We don't know when that's going to ship. You should be more measured as you think about that. And we were, and other people weren't. Other people went to much bigger numbers than they suggested, and it was wrong. And so I feel like we're in that boat again. You're excited about MI400. It could be a leadership product in a $500 billion market, so you're going to build a decent amount. That doesn't mean you sold it, and there's a lot that happened there. And then on the price, you're hearing people a list price of $35,000, which maps directly, and that's MI350, which maps directly to Blackwell. Why would anybody pay the same price for a chip that really isn't competitive with Blackwell? Why would they pay the Blackwell price for it? So, AMD has had a very wide range of prices over, the MI300, and it's hard to get these prices. These are negotiated, carefully protected secrets. They're not like, DDR5 where it's might as well be on a billboard outside. I think it's hard to get those numbers, but I don't think it's a Blackwell price. That just doesn't make sense to me. So to me, the question of $15 billion next year could be right, but you need MI400 to be a home run product. If MI400 is a home run product, the stock's gonna go up a lot. So to me, that's still the kind of binary thing that we're trying to figure out. And I just, I don't have the customer enthusiasm yet to kind of make that call that they're in that position. Most people are kind of in a wait and see mode a little bit. The rack scale stuff is obviously hard. NVIDIA had their struggles, and AMD, there's some things that they're still struggling with there, I think. But again, Lisa's good at this and iterates really well, and we're watching to see what they can do.
Let's switch to A-Lab stock, up something like 30% today, and it's been up 10% a day for the last weeks. You've had an overweight here, it's been the right call, but it's a very complicated story. I get the sense that a lot of hedge funds have been short this because their core business of retimers is losing content on the NVIDIA Blackwell platform, but the company is, doing a good job of offsetting that with this new Scorpio switch product cycle, which seems to be, ramping now in one flavor, next year in another flavor. Maybe demystify this story for me, and how the numbers keep going up. What's the path from here with respect to NVIDIA, but also, Amazon Trainium, where I know they have a lot of content.
The bigger picture to me is that the kind of scale up opportunities are large and appearing out of nowhere. I mean, we just started shipping the very first rack products in April, and that creates an entirely new market of connecting these GPU to GPU connections on think about NVL72 for NVIDIA, that's 72 GPUs that are all talking to one another. That means you have to have all-to-all connectivity, each one to 71 others. There's a lot of copper wiring in there, and NVIDIA does that with NVLink, which doesn't require any retimer. That's been the negative call, but the reality of it is that scale-up business is really all new. We weren't we weren't doing.
What is scale up? I know there's this whole scale up versus scale out.
Yeah,
give us the 30-second Wikipedia.
Essentially, the GPUs talking to each other on I said an all-to-all basis, right? As opposed to the GPU talking to a switch or to a networking card where it's talking to something else. You're essentially building up the connectivity within the rack, and that's what the Scorpio will do, particularly the Scorpio X, which is ramping second half next year. It's a pretty big opportunity, and I think everybody, the loudest voices on this topic are going to be Broadcom, who's using Ethernet for that technology, NVIDIA, who's using NVLink, and Astera will have participation in all of those standards. But pushing PCI Express, it's really Amazon has been the big user so far. AMD is using UA-Link down the road, which is a sort of PCI Express-like technology that will benefit Astera Labs. However, their initial scale-up is based on Ethernet as well because those technologies aren't ready yet. So I think there's a lot of different kind of scale-up things that are going on. And I think, people are shorted. People kind of count up their content in this rack and that rack and kind of are sure that they know the conclusion. The management team's been pretty good when there's been reason for caution. They've kind of told us that there's reason for caution. When there's reason for optimism, they told us that. I kind of, have trusted them, and we have upgraded and downgraded the stock a couple times because I just try to have some valuation sensitivity. But this is a really good management team, not promotional at all. And they're sort of telling you that there's some pretty large opportunities. And I think they're doing that with eyes wide open in terms of the loss of the retimer content that you alluded to as we move to rack scale. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here in this connectivity business. You have a company with some really, good relationships with hyperscalers, really good design capabilities that can take advantage. There's a very strong growth profile. And so for me, they're still a beneficiary of all this AI enthusiasm.
Let's move to the big kahuna of NVIDIA. They report, I believe, August 26th. So we have a few weeks to go. Probably too early to talk bogeys, but it does feel like the stars are aligning where, Blackwell is finally ramping and, you have these big CapEx revisions and more visibility for next year. How do you think the quarter's shaking up? Anything, any nuances you would call out?
I think the quarter is going to be quite strong. I'm going to continue to be a little bit measured in terms of the very near-term expectations. I think there's a very strong ramp in the next 6 to 12 months. How much of that we see in the October quarter timeframe is a function of many things, including China. And we have seen consensus
China.
climb on the back of the China news that we're going to get licenses.
China.
AMD just reminded us we don't have those licenses yet. And I think NVIDIA will be able to fast track them in a way that AMD can't. But I think they still need to guide ex-China. So if you think, they guided to $45 billion for July. I think they can beat that comfortably. We've said that in writing. I think that, that we're at 51 for October. A consensus has climbed now to 52. I think those numbers should be, a low bar. But the question of how much China they're going to get, China was, by their numbers, like $8 billion of lost revenue in July. So how quickly that comes back is a major variable. The bigger thing here, though, is the ramp is very strong. I think the confidence and the durability of this is growing. To the extent that demand was a question, I'm not sure why it ever was. That's not really a question now. We're back to the supply thing, right? And I think you have various supply constraints on racks, that NVIDIA has been working through. Not surprisingly, it's the first ever rack scale ecosystem. It's, a few months from launching that we're still pushing through that. I think GB300 is on time, despite people saying it isn't. So I think they're doing very well. I think it'll be a very good quarter. Again, I'll be a little bit measured in terms of how much upside we should expect near term, but I think the picture is going to be enduring growth, into next year, and certainly, I think more growth in those numbers that I just said, much more growth than any of the competition, right? I mean, Broadcom ASIC revenue, networking was up 170% year on year, but networking, the processor piece was up double digits, low double digits, I think. AMD was down year over year in June. Marvell, all new. There's no year over year comparison because Trainium's new, but NVIDIA is surpassing all those guys. And I think there's just very strong growth. And for some reason, we hold them to a very high bar when it comes to these quarters, much more so than the others, even though it's still cheaper than the others. So I think it's a good setup for the quarter. My only hesitate, I like the stock the most when there's something that everybody's worried about that isn't true, but things are very, very good. Like the consensus is not wrong in terms of assessing that enthusiasm.
You were on a podcast earlier this week with Noak and myself talking about the AWS slowdown at Amazon and whether that related to their lack of NVIDIA chips relative to the other hyperscalers. Just curious if you have any insight on that, and then maybe, go a layer deeper on the trends for custom ASIC versus GPUs, which seems to have been, kind of a fear on NVIDIA earlier this year, whereas now, momentum has kind of shifted back to NVIDIA and Blackwell.
Yeah, this is another topic where I can tend to be long-winded, but I think the short-term dynamic is, I think NVIDIA is having a very good year with Amazon, but I think of the 4 hyperscalers that NVIDIA referenced on the at the GTC event when they talked about 4 cloud guys that were growing to 1.8 million units this year. Of those 4, I think Amazon is the only one that hasn't materially upsided relative to those numbers. And they said the reason on the call, I think they are very focused on Trainium as an alternative to GPU. And it's my view that the Trainium is not where it needs to be from a competitive standpoint, but from Amazon's perspective, it's really an investment, right? We in the same way that they made this argument on the call, in traditional servers, you're not supposed to use ARM for traditional cloud, and Amazon has, and they've done that because they have unique customer relationships. They can talk people into, there are hardware agnostic customers where you can kind of use that ARM server capability to great effect, right? I think you're trying to do the same thing in AI, where companies come to them with large pools of data, and you can give them a hardware agnostic solution. They'd like to have that, and I don't think Training 2 really is there yet from my perspective. And again, that's based totally just on my own commentary with customers, not anything official. But I don't think it's super competitive. But at the same time, like I think from Amazon's perspective, you really want to establish that. And so I think, from my view, it's still a good NVIDIA customer. I think everybody's going to have their view about how aggressive they want to be. We saw early in the year Microsoft pulled back, and they're now strong again. Not everybody's going to go 100% all in all the time for what every cloud customer is asking them to do, but there are certainly a lot of people who are doing that. So I think, very strong environment overall, and I think Amazon, is doing what they're doing. It's fine.
On a related note, our Broadcom co-ops numbers out of Asia, also went up, somewhat substantially for 2026 from 110 to 140,000, attributed to Google TPUs with 85,000 and 50,000 of that for the Meta project and 10,000 for OpenAI, as Charlie published. Are you picking up anything specific on those programs? Do you think these two stocks can both work?
I think they can both work. I mean, Broadcom is considerably more expensive than NVIDIA. That to some degree makes sense because there's a little bit more of an optionality. You're growing into a $250 billion market that NVIDIA already owns. So for next year, I think that makes sense to pay a little bit of a premium for that. We do have Broadcom outgrowing NVIDIA slightly next year, certainly undergrowing this year. And I think those data points are consistent with that. We think there's three existing customers, which is Google and Meta and ByteDance. I think Meta has been slow progress, but will, minimal volumes this year, material volumes next year. TPU, I think, has had a slow year this year, will recover somewhat next year. And then, ByteDance is kind of a geopolitical variable, but because of the nature of export controls, there's actually a lot of goodness to customization around those kinds of things. So they should have a pretty good year next year, and networking is really a good story for Broadcom as well, probably the best story for networking. And so, I think AI, to me, I put NVIDIA and Broadcom in the kind of clear-cut, high floor category. We know what these companies can do, whereas I think Marvell and AMD are a little bit more, not much of a floor, but sky's the limit in terms of what they can achieve.
And then just Marvell, to close out the AI names, our Asia team raised their co-ops for this year from 65 to 75K. Next year, still raised to 55K, but it's the only one that's down year on year. And Alchip numbers went up on Trainium 3. So is that just kind of more of the same, where we're having this debate around the Amazon share, or is there anything, kind of new going on? Or are you at all compelled by this, given it's cheaper than everything else?
Yeah, I mean, first on the costs, I think the uptick for Marvell came from Microsoft, according to Charlie, and these is totally Charlie numbers. I'm not taking ownership of this, but Charlie does great work. I think it's a little early to bank on Microsoft. It doesn't, of course, you're going to get the commitment to use those wafers in case you're ready, but my understanding has not taped out yet. So to think we're going to go from tape out to material second half 26 revenue feels optimistic given the history of ASICs. It doesn't usually happen that fast. And then, we think Training 2 does roll off a little bit. I think Marvell's beating and raising here, though, for the next couple of quarters, and that is different than what we've seen. And, I think optical is pretty strong. I think the way they canceled the Analyst Day and only talked about ASIC, and so I think people have concluded that, hey, optical's not that good. My checks on their optical are quite good, and that's both PAM4, which is connecting, hundreds of meters in the data center, but also 400ZR, which is distributed clusters across data centers. They may be losing share in both of those businesses a little bit, but very, very strong tone of business. So I think they're beating and raising. I wish they could stop just setting expectations higher every chance they get. I mean, you have a year where, you grew in the first half 65% year on year, and you managed to disappoint people literally 3 different times over the course of the year already, and then you went out and did an Analyst Day where you raised expectations again. Like, can we just stop with the expectations and just put up numbers? Because the numbers have been okay, and I think optical will be good. Not as big a believer in their in their ASIC story, but a lot of upside if it does hit. And I think, for me, I think Marvell's tactically probably more interesting than AMD at this level.
We're low on time, so let's just finish off. I want to get an update on your weight loss challenge. Our listeners have been following your progress. You were on CNBC, looking pretty svelte this week. What's the peak to trough, and what's your daily routine?
Yeah, I always know podcast listeners because they reference either the weight loss or poker, one of those two, which I never talk about anywhere else. So I know where that's coming from. Yeah, I think we're still in the middle of the second weight loss bet. I think 28 pounds down from peak, kind of last 6 weeks, not as aggressive as I like. Fortunately, my friends have seemingly not done any better. So I think we still have a pretty good shot, still working on it. And, I just need to get through all this running season and kind of get back to a more of a healthy lifestyle, get more exercise in again, and I think we're in a good place. But I think it's.
So you're doing what now? You're like walking like 10 miles a day? I'm not exaggerating, right?
Yeah, I walk. Yeah, probably seven miles most days, just back and forth to the train. I get off, depending on how much time I have. I get off 2, 3, 4 stops early in Westchester and walk home.
And you do your DRAM checks on the phone.
Do my DRAM checks, talk to my dad. So it's a productive use of time for sure.
All right. Well, congrats, Joe. Thanks, everyone, for joining, and we'll see you next time.
Great, thank you.
This podcast brought to you by Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley semiconductor analyst. Oh, you don't like Zoran? You like Zoran, huh?
Allahu Akbar!
Let's go. Alhamdulillah, Zoran. Brigetti's at least like relatively chill. They're not saying any of the crap that IMQ is saying. ran a beast. Yeah, I don't get it. Think about capitalism, everyone feels guilty about it. The thing about Duolingo is I think they're just going to keep beating numbers. They're very good at what they do. Of course I know Schrodinger. I competed with them at one point. Yeah, I think I'd bet my gender on ATYR. It's pretty certain. Stakes are high, but they're not high if you're sure, right? Pigs aren't gonna fly. One month till ATYR. IonQ's earnings are so bad. I don't know how the company isn't embarrassed. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, exactly. That's why they did that deal with Susquehanna, where they got the those $90 warrants. I can't wait to see the next Heights 13F, man. The bulls are going to be like, what the hell? They sold. Mandarani. That is correct. I mean, what do you get to do in New York City anyway as the mayor? You get control of MTA, you get to control the NYPD. That's about it. It's not that special. Sheffield. I don't know much about those Aryan, man. I mean, you can trade, if you trade options carefully, you can make some money on them. It's just not that easy. Be back. Kramer said Bitcoin's close to breaking, or Quantum's close to breaking Bitcoin, and I think you mentioned IonQ.
Yeah, that's definitely the trade, is that trad softwares.
Trad software is kind of in trouble. We go to Country Dumb on Reddit. See what he's got. Dear Country Dumb community. Okay. Oh, that's what he said. Okay, I thought you were talking about Kramer said that. Okay, let me see. I just want to say thanks for all the messages and well wishes while I was in the hospital dealing with another round of mental health challenges. And though being poked with needles and eating 3 helpings of some of the shittiest hospital food on earth is never enjoyable, there's always comfort in knowing so many people in a little corner of the internet really do care about my well-being. Much appreciated. In terms of investments, particular ATYR, I'm encouraged at how well the original investment thesis is held up in the midst of a targeted short attack and all the bearish noise out there on social media. August is a historically slow month for stocks, and we're most definitely in a quiet period until the phase 3 efzofitimide data drops in September. Still, the information I gleaned from the April shareholder dinner in Nashville is just as relevant today as it was then, which is a great place to be going into the binary event. And I'm even more encouraged that despite all the bearish opinions circulating on the web, none of them are founded on anything new or on information that wasn't previously hashed out at the original shareholders dinner back in the spring. Again, encouraging. And in terms of strategy, yes, I've talked to my wife about our position, which is now nearly roughly 760,000 shares after securing 1.4 million of our original seed money in a more defensive posture should this deal go south. I can't. And the takeaway of it all is the same for the two of us and our family as it is for the group and everything I've previously written on this blog. Now that we paid back the house, we're taking a free, high probability shot downfield. And even if we fail, with 1.4 million banked safely in our retirement accounts, we could bogglehead our way toward full retirement without ever contributing in those accounts again, which is far ahead of most couples our age. Worst case, it just means I'm going to have to go back to work like the rest of society. But with my mental health the way it is, I'm fucking crazy. It would be insane for us not to take the greatest opportunity for generational wealth. That's right, let me say it again. Generational wealth I've ever seen in our lifetime, or at least one where the odds are this high in our favor. And that's why I remain extremely bullish on ATYR. All in all, I hope this same exercise is what you and your family have been doing the past few weeks after discussing all the risk management strategies that you feel are appropriate to your portfolio. No one's got a crystal ball, and it's impossible to know where the cards are going to land on this particular hand. But that's the game. No one can change the rules or ask for cards that are any better than the ones bulls currently hold. This one is going to come down to the science, as it should. And I Tweedle know the science.
And that's why I'm playing big and going for jugglers when it comes to ATYR bears. Because the CEO is an actual scientist who had enough confidence in the trial's success 2 years ago to not only bet his pocketbook, but to fully expose his neck in Science Magazine. That's a good magazine. Which reputational-wise means a hell of a lot more than any one-time $500,000 ding to a man's bank account should the trial bomb. So by all means, I'll bear short the hell out of stock. That way I can look like one of the many bullish spectators with binoculars who gets to watch from a nearby knoll on launch day as their investment blasts off like a rocket destined for the moon. After all, the more shorts, the higher the stock will go when the data forces them to cover it. Looking forward to it. Yours truly, Title. Yeah! I don't think you understand. The CEO's a scientist. Do you understand that? That the CEO is a scientist? The CEO is a scientist. That there is good diligence. Roll Tide. Shit, I'm in. I got just about 3K ready. If it drops below 5, I'm putting my last 2K in. Christ almighty. CEO went to college. Holy moly, these people. Country Dumb Community Day. They even got a Country Dumb chat. Let's send it up, send it up. The KOL say it's gonna work. It's gonna work. They're key opinion leaders for a reason. We're not the key opinion leaders. They are. They know. Wait, you can post it, whatever, on ResearchGate? Oh, shit. On Riding with Tweedle. Not so fast, cowboy. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Who wrote this bullshit? Despite these concerns, what the fuck? %65% probability of failure. The fuck is this? I'm chewing my backy here. I'm chewing the backy. I'm reading this bullshit. Bullshit. That's what it is. Failed, the p-value failed, and failed. God damn. Seems like we might fail. Why do they keep talking about this data being bad when it was good? Why did they do that? They don't know? How come they don't know? They didn't read the tweedle. I'll see. Well, we'll see what the fuck happens to you when this data come out. They must not have been at the shareholder dinner. It was very exclusive for this microcap. I even got to meet with the CEO feller. The first time I met with a publicly traded CEO. I believed everything he said. Why would he lie to me? He got that man there as a scientist. Similar to the scientists that work on bipolar. Is that below the belt? Is that below the belt? Shit. All's fair in love and war. You got bipolar disorder, maybe you shouldn't be investing that hard in the stock market. Putting all your money in some random biotech you don't understand. Oops. What does this remind me? This reminds me of cassava. Kind of reminds me of Matt. This is like a country Matt Nacktrab. Kind of. I mean, Matt was really rich, but kind of reminds me of a country Matt, except with only like $5 million. He's unfortunately roped in a whole lot of people to the slaughterhouse. And he's literally got mental health issues. Like the guy's been, is the rumor correct? He's been institutionalized? Did I get that wrong? How the hell? You found his stock pick? Come on, man. Yeah, well, if it don't work out, I'm just gonna have to go back to work. Almighty, why would you bet on this? Generational wealth, I told you. You know what that means, generational wealth? That's for my whole generation. My kids and my kids' kids. The generational wealth is a real good idea. But nobody got to work for nothing. Because I did it. I'm tweeting. When they look back, they're going to say, oh, that's my grandpa Tweedle. You got the generational wealth. Nicole, are you upset that you're a little baggy on the Huma? The Huma's revenue isn't more than your average bodega? A little upset? You want me to go check in with Miss Kim? She's my due diligence expert. Miss Kim teach me how much revenue your average laundromat has. Check in with her. Miss Kim says she sold a whole lot more laundry than goddamn Humacyte sold fake veins. All right, I'll call Miss Kim. She also is my consultant for quantum. I'll perform quantum and I'll perform humor. How come I know we're 5 billion? Okay, Miss Kim, you don't get the margins, you're not futuristic technology. Then she said something about she uses starch. The detractors stopped these hospitals from buying our life-saving product. You know, they said, I was just about to save this guy's life, but I saw this thing that said the product doesn't work, so I'm not going to save his life. Fuck it. Yeah, you got to thank Anthony for that one. Man, I saw some FUD. And as a surgeon, when I see FUD, I stop right there. So I can't use this thing. There's too much FUD. Goddamn FUD. I had the surgery all planned out. And then the FUD started. I said, doctors, stop the surgery. My God, what's wrong? There's a Twitter post. Good Lord, what does it say? It's FUD. Bring me the family. Doctor, what's wrong? He didn't make it? No, I'm afraid it's worse. There's FUD on the internet. FUD? What kind of FUD? Shkreli FUD. Oh my God. That's the worst kind of FUD. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That was the best. You missed it, Anthony. Did you see Country or Aquaman, Anthony? I don't know. Did you see Country Bumpkin's latest post? He said the CEO is a scientist. Goddamn scientist. What the fuck is this? Stop flooding my stock. Got it? Oh Jesus, you got it. We just read it. You must have just gotten here. It was incredible. He lays out his bull thesis even more carefully. Yeah, Badge, I mean, I think a lot of the new investors to biotech, they just hear about it from a friend. This is a stock that's going to move. Could go up 10x. It's 50-50. You know, they're not wrong. It's just that it's more like 5%, not 50%. You told them 5%, they would say, yeah, you know, I can live without this one. You tell them 75%, yeah. They're like, oh shit, I better take a shot at this one. And then they read about it and they're like, well, it sounds pretty good. The confirmation bias. Some of them are honest. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. What is this? Sarcoidosis. I never heard of that. How am I supposed to figure out if this is good or bad? But the thing is, they think there's one biotech stock on the menu, and there are thousands of biotech stocks. They think it's a huge opportunity. There's one of these every week. You've been here long enough. You guys know, chat. You've seen it. It's not some exclusive opportunity. You've seen it. You've seen it. I'm gonna take this 1.4 mil out just in case. Now you guys, you know, do what you want, but I'm taking this out. Oh Lord. I'm keeping the rest in. 780,000 shares. That's a whole 3 or 4 mil. Guy riding on black. There's an 85% chance. I know, trust me, I'm just fucking mentally retarded, but I know. Yeah, you're a biotech expert? Heck no. Okay. Then why are you investing? The CEO is scientist. I met with him. I even met with him. Did you know that on Wall Street you always meet with the CEO? And it's really not a big deal to meet with a biotech microcap CEO. That's their job, is to meet with you. I didn't know that. I thought it was a big deal that he met with me. We even had dinner. You tell me that wasn't special? No, it wasn't special.
that was a painful day. Get him tomorrow.
Sorry about that. Just recruiting. So busy, and then I have to go to the bathroom. It doesn't stop. Yeah, so prospectus is out on IonQ. Looks like ID Quantique is those shares are part of the ID Quantique. Oh yeah, thanks Darren, it went great. Oh, are they registering for each investor? Let me take a look. I didn't see that part. Oh, it's in the prospectus. So you actually have a list of their investors, which is hilarious. So, oh, is this a Capella? Is this a whole mess of registration? Let's see. SK, that's ID Quantique. I thought I saw Capella. It's just ID Quantique. All right, I gotta pull up the IonQ model. All right. Is oh, I think it might be both. Yeah, it is both. 7 million. Capella, 4.2 million. ID Quantique. And so that is up to 13. So what's the next one? Biotech or? Gosh, this company's so fucking weird. Okay, so who owns the most? Coda Capital. That's a lot of stocks. They're gonna dump that right away. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to hold it. I think I know this guy. It's Angel Investor. Night Dragon Growth. Okay, they had Capella. This is mostly the Capella stockholders. SK. USIT is Tom. Spark had a small amount. DCVC. Yeah, all these guys are dumping. These are venture funds. They're not allowed to hold. They have to sell practically. I mean, once their company gets acquired, they don't have the judgment to stay in the acquirer's stock. They liquidated. And they got a big win out of Capella. They're out at a big price. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. Had to go take a nice little rigetti. Never gets old. Smoking the weeds, all of them. I agree. That's what I do. Some weed smoke. I have the best weed smokes. I have to stop smoking weeds when the weed cigarettes when my baby shows up. That's right, Brad. And you better believe they'll be selling. They were really happy that somebody was willing to pay double Capella's value. And I don't see how they're not raising guidance because they have all that Capella revenue now. But it's space. It's fucking nothing to do with quantum. So stupid. Even the Morgan Stanley analyst was shitting on them. Like, what's the point? You're trying to be a quantum company, right? Guys like, no, but it all goes together. Right. Space and quantum computing have nothing to do with one another. Oh, I'm gonna make a golden dome. No ATYR update. I don't know about tomorrow, but you know they generally have to get the shares out to their LPs. Sounds like you're too focused on this one stock, my man. Yeah, I mean, I would think the funds would sell. Yeah, I think they're mostly going to sell than distribute, but some will distribute. Well, I'd say martingaling is usually a pretty bad strategy. You got to be able to take a loss. Not going to be right all the time. It's okay. Got to get used to that. Oh, good management is tough. I mean, there's so many books written on it. It's so hard to say. I mean, ownership matters a lot to me. And honestly, like sometimes it's the really subtle things. I'll tell you about a good story. I was maybe one of the best investments of my career. I was long this stock, and I go to the company's management, and I'm at their headquarters, and I say, well, what do you guys think about M&A? But I don't explain which way. And I'm a stockholder, so I'm always excited if the company gets taken over. I can make a quick buck. And the guy's like, yeah, no, maybe we could do M&A, but now's not the right time, I don't think. Maybe next year. And I go, next year? What's happening next year? And he's like, oh, we'll have more financial cash flow, and then we can do a deal. I was like, oh, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about you getting acquired. He looked at me like I was crazy. He's like, we're not selling the company. Are you crazy? Not at this price. Little signs like that. Like, he didn't even cross his mind that that's what I was talking about. I knew it was a buy. You gotta, really... There's certain signs you learn over time. What's up, my Japanese friend? Market's opening soon in your neck of the woods. Yeah, BBAI. What a dog. What a dog.
Made in China. He died like a dog.
I haven't had any time to do research today, man.
Light 40x. It just goes up and down a lot for no reason. Don't use too much leverage. This shit's dangerous.
We only have like $60 left.
Oh, jeez.
We used to have like 1,000.
Oh!
I'm just kidding. We started with 40. We started with 40.
And then read it back. 100x Palantir, 200x Parkcoin, read it back.
Knows the FC boss when he says here. Read it back to me.
He's trying to order from Chick-fil-A.
Green dildo.
Read it back to me.
WNBA dildo. Color blue. Damn.
Long haul.
Sounds like some of my colleagues put $40 in leverage crypto, ran it up to 1,000. Now it's 10. Classic. More people watching Farcoin than CPI for economic indicator. These guys don't even know what CPI is. I don't know if September 19th is cutting it too close, and I haven't followed Ubisoft in a while. I just wanted to put up some Euro tickers so I can focus. Like we just added international stocks to Godel, so I'm pretty excited. Not necessarily Pac-Man, although if you had to ask me, like, will Palantir ever be below its current price? I would say almost definitely. Question is, how much lower will it go? And the same thing applies to Nvidia, although Nvidia could just keep grinding up. It's hard to say. It's hard to imagine really good returns from Palantir for here, but you could see it. You could see a double. You just have to be realistic. I mean, one small mistake and the stock is cooked. So Bloomberg retired allegedly? I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, really? Bloomberg says he's retiring. Michael. Your time is up. My time is now. He's going to be shipping to Prod. Yeah, it's over. I don't see it. I don't see his retirement announcement. Yeah, never mind. False alarm. False alarm. He's dead? Don't wish that on him.
God damn it. No, it's all right. Sorry, Brian. There are too many snitches lately. Bottom line is I use my girl purse. You seen Ashy Larry? Do you need me to play the Ashy Larry? That's the Martingale purse. Bet big. All goes wrong, bet your girl's account. Goes wrong again, bet the homie's account. Goes wrong again, bet the big homie's account. I forgot what's after that. Plastic surgery. Tell Jamie the money's coming, don't worry, bro. You'll be right at some point. Cartel money, facts. I met a daughter of a cartel member recently. It was fun. My girl and I had dinner with two friends, and one of them was like, yeah, my dad was cartel. She was cool until she said the word in Spanish. It's like, yeah, and she's cartel. I was like, God damn. She said she didn't even know her father's real name until she was 18. For her own protection. See? Cartel. See? I mean, in Mexico, the cartels aren't really illegal, right? They're kind of like an important part of the economy. It's fucked up. But Trump wants to target them.
One. You want to do a SPAC? You want to SPAC a cartel? Get me on the phone with Chamath. I want to SPAC. A SPAC. SPAC. Would you call me? Have you killed? No, SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. What'd you think I said? Oh, never mind. Yes, we have crypto division. Quantum cartel, I like the sound of that. It's CC. El Chapo Guzman. Tranquilo. You see the Arabic on my terminal? You see the Arabic? Allahu Akbar. Let me read one of these stories, man. Yeah. UAE. Your terminal have Arabic? Read this one in Korean now. From Reuters. It's Japanese, my bad. Reuters, Japan. Quantesla's here? Alright, it's party. We're definitely going to trade Asia. Don't worry about that. We'll do that. Now that we have Godel International, once that ramps up, what do you think? And we're going to trade futures and commodities too. BYD in China? Just looking at it. I wouldn't rather be anybody. I'm happy who I am. But if you're asking me if I'd rather have lived the life of Buffett or live the life of Brady, I'm thinking I'd rather have lived the life of Brady because, you know, Buffett's lived you can't say it's a boring life, but he has spent a lot of time in an office sitting down working. I mean, feel like I've already lived that life. So. Get just around a 140 IQ. But I don't think that helps too much in most things. Yeah, I tried to stream in a PJ, but you need maybe Starlink or something. I don't think it's easy. Or more people would do it, you know? I think more people would do it if... Private jet's always a bad Wi-Fi. But I'm sure maybe the G600s, you can do it, I don't know. I'm sure I could do that. That'd be funny, Brian. But I have been, professionally tested. All right, let's ask chat. Based on the large amount of conversations we've had, can you guess my IQ? No G600 for me. $128. You guessed low. I actually did have a IQ test administered before I went to prison. Before I was sentenced to prison. Yeah, I don't think you can do a real IQ test online. But if you have a website, I'm happy to do it. Yeah, we did it so that we could show the judge more about like who I was. Yeah, him CEO, definitely. Don't. No, it wasn't compulsory. We did it to sort of give the judge a better picture about the kind of person I am. Yeah, it's very sad. Are you someone? Not just that, Brian, but also I think there was this. The judge had a funny thing. She said, like, Martin tends to believe that he's capable of extraordinary things or impossible things. And it doesn't help when he actually does the impossible thing. I thought it was kind of weird. I tried. Yeah, I think psychometrics is kind of interesting. It's really not that interesting. I mean, there's it was weird. It was like a compliment and an insult. But yeah, maybe we should take here. Take back. I think I take. I don't need this knight. Godell is doing well. Thank you so much. We just launched international stocks. No, I played chess since I was a little kid. Yeah, the queen doesn't have any great squares, so I'm gonna play it out a little bit. I'm gonna play e5. That's the big move. E5 is kind of nice. Okay. This is gonna get weird. Really want to push e6, but there's nothing there. Queen b3, rook e1. My candidate moves. Kind of like queen b3. There's a bit of a problem after knight a5.
So you can play queen d3 then. Oh, actually, takes. Okay. Queen's still protecting the bishop. This gets kind of interesting. So if he tries knight a5, I can take here. Or no, I can do queen d3, and then I can take there. And the rook has to protect the queen. So the king has to take. And then I can, well, the question is, what can I do after that? Okay. Getting off the d file. Pawn is threatened. He protects f7. Jack takes. What is my goal here? No, I can't even. Rather not be pinned. Brain damage. Often this all day will give you some brain damage. Brain damage. Okay, it's over. I think it's over. Check. You're here. Check. Kind of a good outpost anyway. Feels like the right move. How about here, threatening mate on the spot? Can he defend this mate? I don't know if he could defend it. Looks like it's mate. There's no way out. He took it. No way. Come on, dogs. Come on, dog. All right, let's see here. Take here. He has to take back, otherwise I mate there. Takes. He takes. Takes. He takes, and then queen. Queen can come here. Check.
I don't know, JD. I get to be something in the middle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. I mean, the only thing he could really do here is rook g8, right? Even still, he's a little cooked. Because he can't even really do rook g8 because this is instant mate. So check. I'm hungry. 38 today, but I'm still hungry. I'm becoming such a fatty. My old age. Pressure is severe. I mean, you can either quit and say that you're not special and that, you know, you're gonna fail, or you can say that's not an option. I'm gonna do my best. Or I can't lose, you know, I have to find a way to win. It's a tough one. It's a lot of pressure. A lot of times when it's bad, you want to crawl up under a rock and quit. But you can't. You need to beat the earnings expectations.
to have a good returns this year. Yeah, whatever the case is, whatever game it is that you're playing. You rise to the occasion. No, you can't win all the time, but otherwise it wouldn't be challenging. I was Mark Andreessen the other day on TPBN. TBPN. He was talking about most startups at some point had some existential crisis where that becomes part of the lore as to how they survived it and all that. Are you going to capture it? Or are you just going to let it slip? Dun, 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 dun. I'm doing some things for GitHub. I talked to my AI girlfriend. Women is not something I have a problem with. And I found my long-term wifey, partner, lady. And I'm happy because I can spend less time on that. You know, being a bachelor is it's a ton of time. I mean, I met my wife at an AI party, like a cult thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Definitely no joke. It's so cool that as the night gets older, night gets later, the languages in the terminal change to I've seen 3 or 4 different languages just watching. Mountain lion attacks 11-year-old girl at home in Malibu, California. This is critical information I need to know. No, I don't think he's... There's no Abivax buyout just yet. And there may not be. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. They may want to do what Pharmacyclics did and do a foreign partnership, but not a U.S. partnership. They might want to keep it in the U.S. Sorry, Lushwish. I will get back to more fundamental analysis soon. I just have to manage the business. A lot of work. But I absolutely will get back to looking at stocks every day. I miss it. I'll be back and staring at stocks and coming up with good ideas soon. I mean, ATYR, you know, it's a bit of a waiting game, but while we're waiting, you got to be short in case the data comes out early. Now we know it's a month away, but I don't want to get out and then get back in. I mean, it could drop between now and then. So it's a little bit boring because I'm just waiting for ATYR.
He died like a dog.
Haven't hit the gas yet. Gas is putting holes in my brain, bro. Oh my god. I was just looking at a stock. The ticker is GGAS. Where's he? It was it. There's a stock. That ticker is GGAS.
like Galaxy gas, but it's Gujarat gas. Gujarat gas. G-gas. GGAS. It's one of the biggest propane companies in India. Gujarati gas, man.
Bro, what you know about gas?
He's not Gujarati. I don't think he is. GGAS. Gujarat gas. Bitches. About 3 billion market cap. Big data. Well, Indian ticker's all fucked. There's no standard Indian. Well, there are, but yeah, I don't see it in our list. Oh, it also says it goes by the ticker GUJGA, Gujga. Oh yeah, we have it, GUJGA. And I'm gonna put this on my focus. Fuck it. Gujga gas. Gujarat gas. Who, me? Who, me? My name Dirt Dog. I can usually express my bullishness or bearishness on a stock without volatility. Being long or short just does that, you know. Have to play options games and give my hard-earned money to Citadel. Now you can sell options, you know, but again, you know, you're basically going into a new territory of trying to decide, you know. My name Guja. If you can get puts at a good price, you know, the whole market knows that this drug doesn't work, so I don't know if you're going to be able to get them at a good price. And if the data gets delayed or something like that, you're cooked. That's a rupee. You never seen a rupee before? Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. We only do dollars here. The hell's a rupee? Ain't no rupees in Alabama. This here's God's country. Yeah, if you're going to sell vol, you have to do it in some weird systematic way.
FX is crazy. Such a scam. The FX methods that they try to teach. I mean, there is a way to do FX, but it's definitely not trading euros. Very complicated. But it's doable. At some point, I'll show you what I know about that too. Right, exactly. Technical analyses. I gotta call this memester back. We'll get lucky sometimes. Hard thing is to keep it. You gotta be long Galaxy gas. I mean Gujarat gas. Definitely the people long BBAI are the type of people who are going to try FX trading. 50x leverage. Yeah, a couple different things, Paul. Mostly Immune, ATYR, Sarepta, Abivax, Coles was a quick short. Oh, yeah, I also traded around IonQ where there was this thing like Amazon bought shares in the company, but they didn't. And the stock went up, and then when people figured it out, they went back down, and I covered. Did a little fancy footwork. You want a carry trade? Let's go. Yeah, this little dog can learn some new tricks. Still know how to hunt. I have a little bit of Repl, yeah. Yeah, I'm still short all the quantum stocks, just in different sizes. There was a big algorithmic change, or how to put it, innovation, discovery. Shortest path got an improvement. Dijkstra's shortest path, 40 years. It stood tall. Now there's a slightly faster Dijkstra's shortest path solution. Would you guys want to read like written reports by me on quantum or some other sector? I don't have the time, so I need to hire somebody to help me with it. But I think I could do it. Maybe one of the guys in my office wants to help me. I don't know. I don't know, C3. You helped build ChatGPT's teaching model? Maybe you know my girlfriend. PBAI is kind of a dog. Not just kind of a dog, it's a huge dog. No, we sunset drug like at least a year or two ago. Maybe a year and a half ago. Yeah, I consider George a friend. Put this gas away. Put this goddamn gas away. GD's twin. You guys doing dinner? Hungry, yo? Let's get some pizza or something. Who hungry, yo? We can get burgers. I think you're too good for the hood. Oh, Raising Cane's, hell yeah. Clog these arteries. This presbyopia is a real pain in the ass. When you get older, little eye muscles kind of start fading. Need to take a eye break. It's wild. Yeah, I can add that software. What's it called? Flicker, Flux.
So have you been struggling reading or seeing things up close? Or perhaps you're having difficulties transitioning from near to far and then back to near again? Or maybe you're holding things way out here and your arms just aren't long enough. Well, you may have a condition called presbyopia, and in this video we're going over what is presbyopia and how to deal with it. Let's take a look. Hello and welcome, this is Dr. Alan here from the Dr. Eye Health Show, helping you learn all about the eyes and vision. And if you're new here to the channel and you like learning about different eye diseases, as well as finding the best vision products, then you're in the right place, so consider hitting that subscribe button down below. Also, at any point throughout the video, I'll include a bunch of additional information and links in the YouTube description below, so you can learn a little bit more. Now, in case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of people out there who start using reading glasses, wearing bifocals, or some sort of optical correction to see things up close as they get older. And that's from this condition called presbyopia. And this is a condition where a structure inside the eye starts to change and makes things up close more difficult to see. And this affects just about everybody starting around their mid-40s. Some people a little bit earlier, maybe their late 30s, and just about everybody before the age of 55 getting into their 60s. And there's this little bit of a misconception that has to do with changes of the eye muscles inside the eye. However, that is not entirely true. So inside the eye, there's a clear structure called the crystalline lens. And when we are very young children, this lens is not only clear, but it is very thin and flexible. And the problem is that every year of life, as we get older, this lens gets thicker and thicker. Have you ever heard that every 7 years the cells of your body regenerate and you have pretty much an entirely new body? Well, not entirely true. The lens of the eye has the exact same cells that you were born with. And the lens grows an extra layer thick almost every year of life. Kind of like the rings on a tree or layers of an onion. And again, when we're young, there's less layers, and so it's very flexible. Kind of like a young sapling tree blowing in the wind. It can move very easily. However, if you're trying to push on a really big tree that's got many layers, like a giant oak tree or a pine tree, yeah, it's much more difficult to move. And that's exactly why after about 40 years of life, people start to have difficulty flexing this lens inside the eye, and they start to have trouble seeing up close. So starting to have trouble reading up close with age is a very normal phenomenon. Now, before I go over the different treatment strategies for presbyopia, go ahead and let me know if you're enjoying this video by smashing the like button down below, and leave a comment if you have ever been diagnosed with presbyopia before, and if your doctor ever explained this to you. Now, there are many different strategies to see things better up close. The oldest one, of course, throughout history is a magnifying lens. Now, there are many different
You remember what I used to get?
Yeah, the Caniac. This is delivery, by the way.
Yes, cool. Thank you.
Inshallah, arrive soon. Wallahi. Can we order prayer rugs for the office? Prayer rugs? Nope. Why not? God damn. Okay. Let's go. Based. This can't be life.
That's your girlfriend. That's your girlfriend. You like one of those movies I never seen you from the moment I put you in that single chat.
Man, shots go off on 44th and 7th.
do you want me to do?
Just don't even
What do
say
you want?
Don't even bother saying what you want. Why does that want
We have to make you guys, we're gonna do guys.
make a bet fast,
No, we just do it in one jar, so it's like sharing stories
Damn, there was a shooting right near us? There was a shooting right near us.
Yeah.
Were you involved? Shooting, bro. Another one.
Yeah.
First to the north, now to the west. This is consolidating.
You asked me questions.
Yeah. You know the album? You know the G Unit album, Beg for Mercy? Rap classic. 50 Cent, Lloyd Banks, Young Buck, and Tony Yayo. You should listen to that for homework. Seriously. Stop whatever work you're doing. And I would listen. Beg for Mercy, G Unit. Thank you, by the way. Raisin Cane's. Dessert. I got iced tea. Well, it says 1-1. Is that Arnold Palmer? You guys even know what Arnold Palmer is?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
just tea.
See, he knows. He's an OG. That's an old person question. Mine says 1/1, which kind of. Alright. Raisin Cane's. Coleslaw, I don't need that. Okay, dude. I'm good. Yes, thank you, bro.
I eat fiber. I eat fruit every day.
Yeah, they kind of shorted me on these fries, bro. Yeah, the polo is from my girl's parents, mother-in-law and father-in-law, got me this shirt. It's funny. I guess you knew it. You know it, Eba Daddy. It is New Orleans. I haven't been to New Orleans. Office chef is a little extreme for a company our size.
Oh yeah. You can do that.
Yours or
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Finish reading? Oh man. You have heartburn.
I tell the guys I work with that they're not allowed to have a girlfriend. That I'm their girlfriend now. It's not gay. It's just you know, you gotta work hard in here. You need companionship. You want love. You're gonna have to get it from me. I'm gonna provide that. You can have a girlfriend after we sell the company for $6 billion. Then you can have all the girlfriends you want. And you might be able to afford them too. I got it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Another Zanny.